Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, dear congregation. Her Excellency, the President of our Republic, and the First Gentleman, Your Excellency, the Vice President of our Republic, the family members of Tjitendero, led by Tate Wanaro, former President of our Republic, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Speaker of our National Assembly. We are also expecting the Deputy Chairperson of National Council, former Speaker Angel Peter Kachavivi. I also see ministers, members of Parliament present here, and of course, representative of our SADC Parliament Forum, representing the Secretary General of Parliament Forum of SADC. Veterans of our liberation struggle, the executive directors from various ministries present here. I'm also recognized the president of the chairperson of the Public Service Commissioners, dear invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Gerson Kamatuka is my name. I'm a former special advisor to the late Tate Mosé Tjitendero, and they thought I must continue working in his office till today. That's why it is my honor and privilege to do just like that, as we are commemorating his 20th anniversary, to continue serving him, even if he's lying at our Heroes Eka this morning. Yes, indeed, it was on this day, 20 years ago, and I vividly remember as the family were gathering at the Roman Catholic Church in that room, together with our late Meme Sandra also. And as we're sitting there to say goodbye, peacefully lying on his bed, and the minutes and hours are ticking, families and of course comrades coming to see him at that bed where he was lying. I vividly remember Tate Kashavi coming in, and of course, indeed, also I remember our current president, Meme Daitwa, walking in there, seeing Tate Mosé Tjitendero lying. So therefore, the family of Tjitendero thought, yes, indeed, it is after 20 years, we must come together as a family to remember his memories. Because for him was a son of our country, a hero, an angel, a father to many of us. The family decided that we shall have a short program this morning. We are blessed that all of us have come to join them in this hour. Because Mosé Tjitendero, yes, indeed, for many of us, was a radiant soul who was humble, honest, steadfast amongst adversaries, a seasoned academic and a democrat of our time. And he must always be remembered as such. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me, of course, as our task to be short as usual, because they know that I run a very short program, so that we pay tribute to this son of the soil. Of course, Chief Tateka Pu also recognize your presence, because you have worked so closely with the Tjitendero family, especially for the development of your village of Itoto. I still remember him going to your village every day to make sure today that you have your breaches and your clinics at the Vitoto. Allow me, therefore, Madam President, to ask my brother Tate Shama Shivikwa to do the official welcoming. You see, Shivikwa is also a brother to me. I realize at the funeral of my father, the Shivikwa have to speak on behalf of their father's side. And that time I realized, oh, we're also not related. The Kamatuka from my father's side, the Guaicos. So my brother, will you please come and do the honor to do the welcoming? Before I do that, because I realize that the bishop is not here, I must have asked my mother. Shall we allow that, Bonnie? Oh, Tate, sorry, sing a little bit. That the bishop have arrived. God is good. God is good all the time. God is good. Bishop have to drive all the way from the farm, Madam President. Yeah. I must go and receive you. Oh, you shall know Bekuyende Rerukuru Singa Wenji Endero Touch me, Lord, Mutima Isapo Esapo Bishop, it's good to see you. We know that you said you really wanted to be here. Take your time. You drove all the way from the farm this morning. But you say for Mosé, you really, for those of the Lutheran Church, we normally rise when our emeritus bishop arrived, the church congregation. That's the bishop of our church, the emeritus Bishop Kameta. Please rise for him. As we all know, he was the deputy speaker also. Bishop, if you settle down. Please be seated. Oh, you shall be no. Just as we can start formally at the church service, Soli, can you lead to say Oshoshungura so that we can start with Yungurambi to Kanjite Komurungo, and then Bishop will come and do the opening prayer where he's sitting in. Oshoshungura. To perish. Shihungura, shiwetu. perisho Ashihe Shimotumba Kama Shiyandaku Urundumo Mokuku Nondwi Ome Hoyo Yopuapami Iwo Orana Iu Ungura Onga Marunji Yomo Okuta Yomo Okuta Onga Yoyo. Thank you so much. Tate Bishop, you shall now, if you realize your laptop is open, if you can come and bless your people with a prayer. And good to see you again, you are around. Thank you so much. I've been told that NBC is live on NBC One and all the digital mass media. Just so that you know how you are sitting. So you are live on NBC. Bishop,
maybe we can sing the last verse. Dear sisters and brothers, Your Excellency, our President, and all the dignitaries, the whole congregation meeting here, I'm happy to be here at the beginning. I'm sorry that you have to wait for hours. And we thank God that He made it possible that I can be with you on this special day. Today, Sunday, is called Jubilate. And it is describing this word from Psalm 66, verse 1. Shout with joy to God, all the earth. Now, why should we shout for joy on this day when we are here at the Heroes' Acre? We are crying. But in that crying, we remember those who made that Namibia in which we are living today possible through their work and suffering. And so when I was asked a few days ago to do this prayer, I was just asking myself now, what shall I pray and how shall I pray? And I thought I will use the prayer which I was asked by our beloved late President Okahandja to open the SWAPO campaign, election campaign for the election of the Constituent Assembly. It was in Katutura on the 2nd of July. 1989. I hope there are people here who were there on that day. I won't believe that only who were born after 1990 are here. So maybe some of you were there on that particular day. Our God, let us pray. Our God, our help in ages past. We do not need to tell you that the road was very difficult, painful, and long, because you were together with us. Our pain and tears were yours. The blood spilled and our death were your blood and death. But your resurrection became our resurrection and kept the fire of our hope for liberation burning strong. Generations were born in the struggle, and hope for freedom from foreign domination. But they passed away without experiencing the realization of that particular hope. They saw in tears and death the birth of this century, so that we, O Lord, can close it with joy and life, and witness the birth of the next equally among the nations. We thank the sisters and brothers whom you gave us from all over the world, who are supporting and participating with us the fight against the violence of apartheid, especially those from African nations who gave us home when we were forced to be homeless, and who suffered and died together with us under the aggression of racist South Africa. Unite us, O Lord. Unite us, O God, so that we, the oppressed, can end colonization, colonialism, apartheid, racism. Make us realize that the struggle for the liberation of Namibia is not aimed against each other, but against racist South Africa and its representatives. As we remember the sons and daughters who sacrificed their lives, and one of them, who is not in our midst this morning, is Dr. Mosé Tjitendero. They sacrificed their lives for the independence of Namibia, so that we today can sit in peace and do what we want to do. We thank you, Lord, for this special occasion. We thank you that we could be together today in peace. But it's good, O Lord, that we must never forget where we are coming from. We ask all these things in your holy name, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop, for that prayer, reminding us where we are coming from. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, and the First Gentleman, Your Excellency, the Vice President of our country, family members, we shall now receive official welcoming remarks from my brother, Dr. Shivikwa, the founder of the NAST, and also a member of the family. Shall we take the honor, Dr. Shivikwa?
Thank you, my brother, Kabatuka. I am obliged to observe the protocol established in the interest of time and efficiency, yet I must recognize the presence of our President, Your Excellency, Dr. Nandi Daitwa, and First Gentleman, Lieutenant General Denga Epafras Daitwa. Similarly, our former President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Buti Wanaro Ernst Tjitendero, for the Tjitendero family. May I also recognize that the Right Honorable Prime Minister is with us. The Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly is also with us. The former Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Kashavivi, is still with us. And of course, we've just heard now from the former Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Bishop Emeritus Kameta, Honorable Chief Vipira Kapua, relatives and friends of the Tjitendero family, Dr. Moses Magatsa, representing the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, representatives of the civil society, distinguished members of the media family, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, I stand here humbled because of the honor bestowed upon me to extend a warm welcome to you all to this milestone event, the 20th anniversary or commemoration of the founding Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, the late Honorable Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. An anniversary or commemoration is generally known as an act of remembering, honoring, or marking a significant person, event, or past development through ceremonies, memorials, and services. I stand here not just as an invitee or attendee, but as member of the Tjitendero family by lineage or genetics, to honor our beloved father, uncle, cousin, and friend Mosé. He was born on 25th December 1943 and passed away on 26th April 2006. I remember receiving a phone call from Amy Tjitendero. I was on campus busy with an event, and she said, "Come now, Roman Catholic Hospital." So I rushed to the hospital, and I was honored to spend the last moments with him before his soul departed completely. Mosé was 19 years younger than my father and 11 years younger than my mother. He grew up under their guidance and tutelage, and they loved and respected each other till the end. He carried the guidance and tutelage lessons he learned throughout his life and cared for many a person in exile and back home. Mosé was a Namibian refugee, student, politician, legislator, intellectual, and educator. He could engage you on any topic on equal footing and teach you a few lessons. He was a national hero and a true statesman. As legislator, Mosé was a member of the National Assembly and its founding speaker from independence on 21st May 1990 until his retirement on 21st March 2004. Therefore, he played the key and nascent or original role of ensuring the proper funding and functioning of Namibia's first post-independence legislative body. Son of the soil, generous soul, freedom fighter, diplomat, gentleman, friend to all, and foe to none. Sadly, he passed on a mere 2 years after retirement from Parliament while setting up PALDEF, the Pan-African Leadership Development Institute and Foundation. PALDEF carried the mission to develop leadership capacity in Africa, specifically focusing on development challenges like poverty, by offering a multi-level, multidisciplinary approach to leadership initiatives in Africa and the diaspora. This occasion is a special remembrance of Mosé's outstanding contribution to Namibia as a nation, a member of the national and international community. As we remember him, we acknowledge with deep respect the tremendous roles he played and the lasting influence that he and his family, his loving wife Santi Par Tjitendero, and their children Ripure, Kerry, Syria, Yana, and many others, have positively impacted everyone's life. Today we pay tribute to Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero, whose life was unreservedly and deeply intertwined with Namibia's struggle for independence and freedom. Through this unique ceremony, we celebrate his life and legacy by recalling, remembering, and storytelling, and by honoring him through messages of friendship and gratitude, praise and applause and commemoration. On his tombstone is scripted the following, and I quote, "A radiant soul who was humble, honest, steadfast amidst adversities and adversities, a seasoned academic and a Democrat lies here." That was the defining character of Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. Welcome one, welcome all. I thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the welcoming all of us here to this solemn occasion at the anniversary commemoration of our Honorable Founding Speaker of our National Assembly. I shall also recognize the presence of Honorable Penaani, who just arrived, a long-serving members of Parliament, and a person who used to know Tate Tjitendero so much. Also, I recognize Memenita Ishona, the Executive Director, NID, you join us, and our former Minister, Meme Honorable, that we just arrived, and our former Secretary General, in our present, Meme Pendukeni Itana. I realize it's very cold, and some of us, we didn't know that, and I think it's getting chilly. Your Excellency, when we were arranging as a family, tributes were coming in, and we didn't know how we could accommodate everyone, because it's a very short ceremony this morning, we thought so, because there are so many activities, and of course, without denying the dignity what we should give to Mosé. Really, I wanted to ask also that the speakers, when they come here, the protocol has been established already, as we do in our Namibia, and we moved on and we go to our tribute. Mosé Tjitendero, in his office at Parliament, was having many staff members recruited to serve him diligently and professionally. And of course, now it's 20 years ago, it was very hard. Where they have been, where are they in Namibia? Some of them apparently they are abroad, some of them are married, some of them are, I don't want to use the other word, some of them also retired. But Detri, our counsel, who was in the office of the speaker at that time then, Advocate Detri Souls, Dogenbrock, she's around, and she really wanted to make sure that we also, as former staff members, I was under her supervision, by the way, as a special advisor, assistant those days. They were our chiefs, they were big people. So, shall we allow her also to come and pay a tribute on behalf of the staff? Advocate, will you do that for a few minutes, if you don't mind? Thank you so much. The floor is yours. Still remember the walk.
Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, President of the Republic of Namibia, I stand on the rest of the protocol observed. An educated populace is the most difficult to govern. If you've ever heard those words, you would know that you've encountered Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. And if you're not really sure how to feel about those words, it's exactly how he'd want you to feel. But not only how you feel about those words, more so how you think about those words. I would often leave a deep conversation with Dr. Tjitendero wondering, what just happened? Did he really just say that? And I would both feel and think differently about whatever topic he and I had been discussing. He had a way of tapping into both your emotion and your thoughts. As was said by our Director of Ceremonies, I'm Advocate D. Sauls Deckenbrock, and I had the privilege of serving as the Speaker's Counsel and Legal Counsel to the National Assembly at the turn of the century. Dr. Tjitendero was not only my mentor, but someone I came to hold very dearly. But I was not alone in my endearment of him. It was an almost universal sentiment held by all of the National Assembly staff. And I am here today to pay tribute on behalf of the former staff of the National Assembly to our Mr. Speaker, as we knew him, an authentic, deeply spiritual human being who was a visionary, way ahead of his time, and had a profound effect on many in his unassuming and quietly confident way. And to give you a peek into the man we know as Mr. Speaker from our perspective, we had great respect for him, were all fiercely protective of him, and he always showed respect to each and every one of us, and he always had our backs. I spoke to Ray, his daughter, as we came here, and she said to me, "We are not at a funeral today. We are celebrating his life and remembering him." And that is what we are here to do. But first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Tjitendero, as we knew him, put family first. His now dearly departed wife and his children. Family was his pride, and he showed it to all of us. He also encouraged us to have a work-life balance years before the concept became mainstream and popular. He was a people's person, and we felt it in his leadership. He was also, as I said, deeply spiritual from the Baha'i religion. And in that, he believed in the oneness of God and religion and the unity of humanity, gender equality, and elimination of prejudice as a fundamental requirement to overcome racism and religious intolerance. And he lived those principles and values as he enacted with us as staff. Dr. Tjitendero, make no mistake, was the man in charge, quietly confident and politely in charge. Some would even mistake his politeness for weakness, a huge mistake. He presided over the National Assembly, the House, with an elegant but iron fist. He presided over all the presidents of the Republic of Namibia as ordinary members of Parliament back in the day. And when both houses of Parliament came together in the House for the annual State of the Nation address. As you know, there were strong personalities to contend with on both sides of the floor at the time. Those who were there would know that he meant business when he would be in the chair and say, honorable members, order please." He would always first request that decorum and dignity of the House be maintained. But if the robust discourse and din would not subside, you would hear, "Honorable members, order, your speaker is speaking." And if needed, the gavel would come down. relative silence would come over the House, and he would then proceed to finesse the House, backbenchers and cabinet members, both alike, into more orderly conduct. Under the hand of his speakership, the House rarely descended into less than honourable conduct and debate. Dr. Tjitendero always observed parliamentary etiquette and made his expectations of honourable conduct required by each member known. He modelled that behaviour for all of us. He reminded us that we were not merely paying lip service when we addressed members of the House as honourable member, but that indeed they hold an honourable and ultimate office of trust. And as the other side of that, he would impress upon the honourable members that the country had placed in them that office of trust to put country first, to put service to community ahead of service to self, and in all things to be sincere. He also encouraged us to apologize immediately if we had done something wrong, and to do so gracefully, a lesson I still carry today. Importantly, he showed us not to take sides, especially in Parliament, in the way that he handled the House, and impressed upon us as staff to foster unity and create an environment of trust where all members of the House were able to approach us and receive equal importance and regard. I remember in the standing rules and orders, backbenchers would often approach him for improved benefits. He would simply answer to them, service first, benefits later. He would also have the whips in hand, the party whips. Every week he would hold a meeting where he would meet the whips and address the members quietly about the conduct of their members and get them to bring them in line. He often cited, as we heard, he was an avid reader. He read everything and he could engage with you on any topic equally. And he often cited the 19th century British historian Lord Acton, who wrote a letter to the bishop of the time, Bishop Mandel Creighton. And Dr. Tjitendero would know those kinds of details when you spoke to him. And this very maxim he would say to us, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. For context, Lord Acton was discussing the moral standards of history, arguing that religious and political leaders should be held accountable rather than exempt from moral judgment. He was proud of the position the National Assembly held as one of the three pillars of state and the checks and balances that put in place. He pioneered many agendas, one being the agenda for change, dealing with the parliamentary independence as one of the three organs of state. He was instrumental in the headquarters of the SADC Parliamentary Forum being in Windhoek, and he had started the program of taking Parliament to the people. I remember vividly traveling all the way up to the northern regions of Namibia to listen to the people, and often admired the way in which he could engage. Oh my goodness, could he read? He was always reading and writing. Whenever you entered his office, he'd be busy with one of the two. And then you would not escape his office without being drawn into some or other interesting conversation. And the television sets were always on, either the news on CNN or BBC or NBC News. We were at the office the day the Twin Towers fell on 9/11. And because he was adamant that we keep abreast with the world events, we saw it in real time. One of his favorite books was The 1 Minute Manager, and he kept trying to get us all to read it. And we all resisted. But eventually some of us did. And we were better for it. We could see the lessons that he was teaching us in the way he modeled it. He didn't keep 8 to 5 office hours, so neither did we. He was a people's person, and he celebrated staff's birthdays. And if there was a tune to be played on that birthday, he was the first one to hit the dance floor. He loved to dance, and he had a sharp and easy sense of humor. and he had a way of answering difficult questions with humor. Many conversations he had with one of his dear comrades, Honorable Hishongwa, who was always curious about the diverse nature of the Speaker's staff complement. The Speaker had a special assistant by the surname of Wellman, and I have her permission to tell the story. And Honorable Hishongwa would on more than one occasion curiously ask what tribe she was. Now, to give you context, she was fair-skinned, green-eyed, and the name was a clue. But the Honorable Hishongwa was insistent to usually get an answer from the Speaker. The Speaker, being firm friends with the Honorable, and knowing that the assistant and the other staff was in earshot of both the question and the answer, he looked him straight in the face. She's Kwanyama. After a second or two of silence, needless to say, everyone burst out laughing. The Speaker, the Honorable Member, the staff, and that was the end of the story. And if some of you here today are still wondering about those words, an educated citizenry is the most difficult to govern, often quoted by Dr. Tjitendero, let me tell you this last story about my first encounter with him. He was about the same age I am now. When he uttered those words to me during one of our conversations, at the youthful age of me, somewhere in my mid-30s at the time, I was quite shocked and remember asking him, Mr. Speaker, you don't want people to be educated? He peered over me from over his glasses, from across his desk, and smiled wisely. No, Advocate. Now I was even more shocked, but he wasn't finished. My shock had jumped the gun. He says, I don't want citizens to be uneducated or even undereducated. Now my shock was transformed into confusion, and my 30-something brain was spinning because he had just said that educated people were difficult. I thought he'd lost the plot, and I was hoping he would, as the young people of today say, make it make sense. He continued with something along the lines of, education develops skills and attitudes that challenge unaccountable authority. An educated electorate understands their rights and responsibilities and holds their leaders to account and makes it difficult for leaders to expand their power illegitimately. An educated populace acts as a check on power, demands transparency, and makes poor governance hard to sustain. Dr. Tjitendero was passionate about democracy, and one that works. And of course, he was very passionate about education, as I'm also sure you'll hear during the course of this morning. He fundamentally believed, and he lived what he believed, that when people understand how a government should work, they are better equipped to demand that it does work. He was teaching us. He was an educator at his core, a fundamental principle of political science and democracy that till today, more than 20 years later, I and many of us, I'm sure, have never forgotten. He was a man of immense emotional intelligence. Honorable Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero, a true son of the Namibian soil, we, your former staff, honor and celebrate your life today. Thank you.
That was Advocate, our former legal advisor at the Office of the Speaker, the National Assembly. Thank you so much for remembering us on our behalf. Yes. Thank you so much. That was the message. Your Excellency, please allow me, as tribute are coming in, quickly to call Stanley Katsa on behalf of the son-in-laws, one of his favorite son-in-law, I think. I hope I'm not going to be in trouble because there are so many of them. Arikane katuno kutoroka just for the family who came from Ovitoto, although irondai matu hakahana shamoshiwa, obungrovingi meyuva noho, wanashwa bitoto bahongwa veri mbonga vetoroke vera shanga bihongwa. Na vetoreke munga vetoreke kongo twemwe muraire, wasoli nombo bahama, torokere mama nota teme ne mwarikane twaire now. mina kusho programa njona heper matu kusha tumane ili modo NBC ali kana musha shiro kashingirirwe shifa wenjipo uthemba no kusha tutoroka ruwe karupu kuneno kuhepa. Still you take the honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia. Allow me to rest on the protocol already established. Today's commemoration is a way for us to honor the legacy of a great statesman and to recognize that his life and work continue to shape our Namibian house. I would like to honor him by synthesizing the lessons in emotional intelligence he had spent most of his life parting with us. Donna Soha and Ian Marshall wrote a thought-provoking book on emotional intelligence entitled Emotional Intelligence, the Ultimate Intelligence. In this book, they argue that if a person walked through life enveloped by the following 6 paths with utmost dedication and deep commitment, the most rewarding and fulfilling life can be achieved. The 6 paths they have identified are duty, nurturing, knowledge, transformation, brotherhood, and servant leadership. It is my earnest opinion, and I'm sure many will agree with me, that Mosé has achieved that life. Allow me to briefly chronicle these 6 paths through the lens of Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. Firstly, duty. He was very passionate about duty, particularly duty towards community and the nation at large. This sense of duty was the source of Mosé's everyday life, as illustrated by his intimate interest in the affairs of the nation at large, right up until his last days, as well as the apparently mundane affairs of his ancestral community of Okumakwara in Ovitoto. Secondly, nurturing. How better can I demonstrate his heightened sense of love, nurture, protection, and stewardship than to point out the tens of children and sometimes even couples he took under his care during his time in exile, as well as back in Namibia. Thirdly, knowledge. His PhD in philosophy was a testimony of his love for knowledge, learning, and a deep need to understand things. He believed in knowledge that solved real problems. Don't get educated for the sake of just showing off your degrees. Get educated to solve real problems, he would frequently warn. Fourthly, transformation. A typical example of Mosé's walk towards the path of transformation was when he oversaw the metamorphosis of the Constituent Assembly into the first legislative assembly of an independent Namibia, a task he excelled in. Fifthly, brotherhood. Mosé was a comrade, a typical Tanganyika man of distinction who loved his group and his compatriots. His sense of brotherhood ran deep. Nothing would come between us, period, was his response if you ask him how strong that group actually was. Some of us, the insilis, would now and then try to poke holes into the Tanganyika group to see how strong they really were. And then he would always protect them by never giving up the vulnerabilities of that group. But for me, in all the paths of emotional intelligence I've just glanced over, his strongest path was servant leadership. Here, I'm tempted to compare his leadership style with those famous servant leaders of our time, Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, and Dalai Lama. He has served, healed, and enlightened so many of us through submitting himself to the highest power in the country, the will of the people. Putting him in charge of the country's highest lawmaking organ, therefore, for 15 years was most appropriate, given the exceptional ability to subject himself to the rule of the people. I count myself as extremely lucky to have shared space and time with him, to have tapped into his engaging mind, and to have had him as a mentor. Allow me to conclude my brief tribute with a quote from the same book. None of us is really complete, really whole, really enlightened until we have, to some extent, walk all the spiritual paths, know how to love deeply and without selfishness, known how to understand, find something to create, serve our fellows, and known the servant leadership that serves God. I thank you.
Thank you, Stanley, for that short tribute. And I hope everyone can hear me that side. I said, really, because of time, I know it is too difficult, but let's pay our tribute in short because we're running out of time. May I also, I hope I have recognized members of parliament a long time ago. As Honorable Lukato came back, I did that because I don't want you to go and give trouble to my speaker that I didn't recognize members of parliament. So I have recognized. Your Excellency, the President, Vice President, during the reign of Tate Mosé Tjitendero, one of the things he introduced to us was the role of the NGOs. After independence, some of us were very young, and we started to hear about the Eper Stiftung Foundation, the what and the what. And there was this Namibia Institute of Democracy, which really helped us at Parliament to assist us with capacity building. And they thought they would really like to pay a very short tribute to Mosé Tjitendero, the speaker. Shall I now call Meme Naita? He's shown us just to do justice to that. You are giving the floor.
Good morning once again. I stand on the established protocol. Tate Mosé, as we knew him, understood the role of civil society very, very clearly. When the Constituent Assembly met in 1989 and decided that let's put together a constitution that Namibians, that ensure inclusivity, fairness, transparency, solidarity, freedom, and justice, and all those values that we brought along. They sat together and decided, let Namibia become a democracy. Memeitana, you were one of the constituent member assemblies. There were also others here in the room, but I had the privilege of interviewing you. What did you do in those 80 days? They decided, let Namibia be a democracy so that we are led by the people. Let the people decide what's going on. Let the people vote for their leaders. And Tate Mosé understood that. That's why he said the first parliament must not just be based in Windhoek, but we must have outreaches. We must go out in the regions. We must go at that time to all 13 regions and now 14 regions and take parliament to the people. He made sure there is a bus taking parliament to the people. He made sure there is a radio station led by the late Memesara Kwagoses Aces. He made sure that people like Mr. Jarakana were working with civil society. And when Parliament started, there was only NDI, the National Democratic Institute. And he said, no, democracy cannot be explained by outsiders. Namibia Of course, outsiders can assist us, but it was very important that Namibians themselves teach Namibians and inspire Namibians what it means to be in a democratic country. So he was one of the founders of NID. And during 1990 and 1991, 92, it was difficult for some people to differentiate between NDI and NID. But today everybody knows there's the Namibia Institute for Democracy. And Dr. Foster and them, they left already, but they were instrumental in ensuring that Namibians, we as an institution, explain to Namibians who are the different powers in the state, who's the legislature, who's the executive, who's the judiciary, who are the different departments, the different ministries, the different levels, the national level, the regional level, the local authority level. He made sure that we know about that and that we can teach Namibians about that. Dr. Mosé also oversaw the building of the National Council because in 1989, in 1990, we only had one house in Parliament. It was a National Assembly. But then it was also important to have the regions represented in Parliament. That's why then the National Council was formed. He was there ensuring that it's done. And one very important issue for him was also that we understand that civil society are not just human rights defenders, because the human rights defenders have been very instrumental in ensuring Namibia's liberation. We were assisted by solidarity movements from abroad, by the churches here in Namibia, by the anti-colonial struggle, anti-apartheid struggle, by the unions, by the churches, by academia, by the Pan-African Forum. He was very instrumental in ensuring that we know about them. Today's commemoration is not only for us sitting here, it's especially for Namibia's children and for Namibia's youth to know people like Dr. Mosé Tjitendero, to know others who left us, and for them to carry the torch further. Dear Namibian children and Namibian youth, know your people, know what it took to be, for us to be standing here today in an independent country, and for us to have a Madam President here today and Madam Deputy President. This was part of his legacy, to ensure there's gender inclusiveness, to make sure the youth is represented, and to make sure that we know what it took for Namibia to be where it is today. We are a very successful democracy, and this is because of him. This is because of institutions like civil society that can contribute to the work of Parliament and other government organs. And for that, we really, really would like to thank him and the family and the members of Parliament and the members of the first Parliament who ensured that we are all heard and that we are all contributing to the Namibian House. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Naita. I still remember that bus, the NID bus, yes. Outreach program. Arikana mwakuru mwavuko kure vamwe yako mundu wenu. Nduru tudakambekura matu munishimweya. Oyungro bini byakaonja rukuru ko murungu matu ngura tuhakane tukapite kuneno kwepa ushamwe inyangu mwabala po mundu wenu. Komwashwa Tjitendero shambe yango kanyoka kukutu. Kuneno kwepa kushatwe kumudembruka mewandi. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, during his reign, the Speaker, Mr. Mosé Tjitendero, really informed us about the role of traditional leaders in our society. Therefore, during our visit to the region, he will make sure that first and foremost, you stop at the chief and you report. And these things was actually new for some of us young people. And we started to establish, and I realized all our leaders were doing that and recognize the role of traditional authority. One of the traditional authorities and his chiefs was he loved so much was Tate Chief Kapuo. He came all the way with his people, and he just asked, we thought for 1 minute, he said, I only a person with few words, I just want to greet also the president, and then he will be taking his seat. Shashashma mushiwa, Tate Mosé Tjitendero ngura no shiwana, no dombara shinene, numo dombara mimeshwa shimbali mwambere asha kama tuka injeti ende kovitoto. Njetiende ko vitoto kongea maka po atatusha onjo ya vitoto. No sheamba ndi mhuko munene wacha maminike urengo mambo mafupi kene kuingira rure wacha masha moro shwana chana Namibia moro baherero injiwe kushana shinyangwa rikana amba tukaruke okunene ko pashifa. And we used to call him the elephant of Vitoto, Tatekapu, for the things to happen on the ground. He'll be knocking at the Speaker House office. Tjitendero, you were born in Vitoto, come.
Okuhepa meditire mo mamini kironganga tegepo. Okujaina kuto kuminika mduko umwe. Nambara ami ochikando chisha tato kukula mamba. Ochikando chitenge ndisha tupaka Dr. Mosé Tjitendero. Olomburo mino ko ibali ndaka pita mba kula minemba. Aminge hungirire polo. Ole sewati ya vitoto. No hana pare o baherero modu vedendo. Ochikando chisha bari simba kula mamba. Endise pako ngudwanje David Hosea Meroro mutena wa mama. Dinondi ochikando chitatu kukula mamba. Simatude buruka Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. Odo mburo minongo vivali ndaka pita. Nambano ene mamusho mburo minongo vivali ndaka pita. Amimena ngaso odo mbura ine ndaka pita. Mochimpesho kusa Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero era kale nongaro ya ihe gamba hiri mwami. Nambano mevango kushana ndangi shiwa na chana Namibia kushandino ndo mburo minongo vivali ndaka pita matude mburuka Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. Nambano o Namibia ehi eningadu ongo ashimesha nao. Twali na ihe shiwa na kapitire. Na itu na Yoshua kutwa hama pamwemba Dr. Nandi Raipa. Okujanei eto andu akashiri ondi twali na tate na itu na mama. Okujana Namibia ehi eningandu. Ambala mina mambo kuhungira mambo anje bahungirire rukuru kwa ilo ruhindo ko bitoto baka hungirire okushi wasara kwa min na Dr. Mosé Tjitendero no kukwatwa pamwe kwetena hii bandio ni yango kucha wandu babe onjo bamba bezu ko ndu zetu babe ko bitoto we kuka puna ete kudembruke wandi nambana ni me wango kucha alikane dembruke mundu wa mama ngwa Tjitendero kwa chito mbule ombino go ibali mehi nukwami wa nyandoro lo nene rupo runene mena je hindishira kutuka ochenji shukisa ko minister vehe wanane horomende shiwa wakapita wata shiwa kuberi avehe mboma pangaji numba shukisi wa Dr. Mosé Tjitendero. President Anjaka piti jadi leko kishavero Dr. Nangolo Bumba mena ngaso wa vitoto. Ame mugarashi wa vitoto ro puna Mosé Tjitendero. Maro mawanga hiye kumuno iko vitoto. Okuja mesha alika ne ndangi shinene okuhepa. Okuhepa shinene shimwa ikaendena wa okudena okuhepa.
Tate Chief Kapuo of Vitoto, the people of Vitoto. That's Tate Kashavivi and Tate Mosé. I'm from Maruru. The Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Excellency, Vice President. The other issue when we're at Parliament, a staff member we have to run around was about the multi-party system of our country. You remember that it was after independence, of course, I joined the Speaker in the second term. We were still young people from the Youth League, and we couldn't understand or even to come closer to other political parties, let alone now working in the office of the Speaker. As a special assistant, you have to compile the list of delegation who are going to IPU or to SADC. And all our list of staff, what we proposed to the Speaker was just SWAPO members must accompany the Speaker. And at Mosé Tjitendero, he will say, what is this? Kamatuka people forget this is a multi-party system, and he threw the list away, and he will start to put Kaura. They will say, Kaura to go to Russia. We ask him, okay, I'm the Speaker and I have called. Tate Kaura will go to Russia. And that was Mosé Tjitendero took us with Tate Kaura them to Russia, and we saw the Kremlin there. So it is my honor and privilege that another tribute what we are going to receive is from the Honorable Mosé Penaani, a long-serving member of Parliament who have good memories about Tate Mosé Tjitendero. Honorable Member, the floor is yours.
A very good morning, Namibians. Your Excellency, President of our Republic, President Netumbo Ndaitwa, First Gentleman General Ndaitwa, Vice President Lucia Vedboy, Prime Minister of our former President, dear cousin Honorable Bumba, Prime Minister of our Republic, Munaina Gurare, Speaker of our Parliament, Sarah Kukogelo Amadhira, former Speaker, Professor Kashavivi, members of Parliament, former SG of SWAPO, the Iron Lady, my dear mother, Ivola Itana, Bishop Kameta, fellow Namibians, the nuclear Tjitendero family, and the African extended family. Before I start with my very brief tribute, Chief Kapoor and respected luminaries of our great society that are present here, before I start with my tribute, I was sent by my uncle, Taane Kashaimo, who is married to the biological sister of Mosé Tjitendero, both paternal and maternal. Now, Your Excellency President, in the years that we were born, the South African system had a rule that when a boy or a child is born in hospital, you had to be named within 12 hours. You should carry a name, you should have a birth certificate. So when I was born, I know you don't know this part of my history. So when I was born, my mother named me Benjamin Kashaimo. So my younger brother always, when he wants to tease me, always call me Benjamin. Now from my maternal side, I hail from Ovitoto, and I come from the Kashaimo family, to which the sister of Mosé Tjitendero is married to my uncle, Taane Kashaimo. Now in the cultural totems of our Herero people, my grandfather's totem are from the Omakoti totem. They represent the lion totem. And the lion totem do not return to graves after burying. And that is why my uncle could not bring his wife, who is the sister to Mosé, here. Neither can he come here, because the totem dictates that they do not return to the graves. Because of the marriage of my mother to my father, I have inherited our father's totem, therefore we can always return. He has sent his sincere message to the children and to everyone who has made this day possible. That's one. Two, I wanted to write a very beautiful speech about Mosé Tjitendero, and I asked myself, what kind of a student am I to write a statement or a speech of a tutor that was right in front of my eyes? I would be a bad student to try to memorialize him through a statement, but rather to speak from the heart of the men that I knew. I came very young to Parliament, and I became the chief whip of the opposition. So being the speaker and the chief whip of the opposition, our meetings were regular. I met him in Windhoek. A few years earlier, before I came to Parliament, the predecessor of Chief Kapuo, who was Chief Kukairo Andisiro, introduced me to Tjitendero. I was always the chief Ruako. And he asked Tjitendero, do you know this young man? No, I hear about him, the young Penaani, but I don't really know. Oh, who are his parents? So Chief Ndithiro explained our relationships, how we were born, our genealogy, and so forth. So when I came to Parliament, he relatively knew whose child I was, or my grandparents, and so forth. Who was the man we are memorializing 20 years later, Mosé Penaani Tjitendero? Dare I say, without fear of contradiction, that many Namibians or many African scholars and those that are pursuing academia, we pursue papers and get papers, but very few of us becomes intellectuals. I dare to say, as a politician in this country, there was no politician in this country, living and gone, that had the intellectual finesse that Mosé Tjitendero had. Fact. An intellectual par excellence. Mosé, the internationalist. You remember, he took me to the Capitol Hill, to Washington, and he insisted that he wanted to travel with this young man. Kamatuka was asked to call me, so we went to the Capitol Hill. At the Capitol Hill in the United States, there was a problem. The Americans wanted to withdraw the US aid funding from Namibia because Namibia was doing well democratically and so forth, and the Americans wanted to withdraw the funding. When we arrived in Washington, he called me to his room and he said, young man, tomorrow we are going to see the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Listen to my notes, and these are your entry points. Mukuru wanje. Seated with a delegation of close to 12, 14 senators, Mosé Tjitendero, the aura of a man. When he enters the room, you see a politician, I see nowadays politicians, they come with t-shirts, they walk like this. A politician must be a politician. When he walked in that Senate room, the aura, the cameras were flashing as if a state president entered. Allow him to say a few words and let him articulate English, not this our Namibian English, proper English, Pennsylvania English. He addresses the Senate committee and addresses the dynamics, the intradynamics of Namibia and our development, how we are classified as a third world country, but a middle income country, but the dynamics, the high Gini coefficient, and the rest. I entered, I'm with a delegation, a multi-party delegation, a young man here from Namibia. He can say something. Of course, I was coach, and I knew what to say, and I stood my ground. From that meeting, Tjitendero wanted to take me everywhere in the world. You remember the Russian trip, Honorable Kaura had to beg me to go to Russia because he said, you're young, you can go another time. Now it's my turn, I'm older than you. So I let him go to, because he was insisting that Penaani must go to Ulaanbaatar and these areas. Building intra-party democracy at Parliament was mentioned. But I think myself and the Speaker, the Speaker of Parliament now, Sarah Kukongelwa, should tell a story. Because we were very young, we came very young to Parliament, and I'm here where Andimba Toivo is lying. And I dare to say it with the fullest respect. Imagine coming to Parliament, a boy. You are seated with Andimba Toivo, prelate men of the clerk, Ikameta, people that wrote the constitution of the country. So when you want to make a political position, they will just say, hey, you young men, sit down, what do you know? You were not even born. So one day, and Tjitendero helped us young politicians to really make our work easier. And I'm not talking about today's SWAPO. This is a very different kind of SWAPO. The SWAPO of Andimba Twevo then in Parliament was a different politics. I remember one day, you know, I'm a chief whip, secretary general of my party. You have President Pohamba, then he was a minister without portfolio. He was just fired. So I made a statement and they didn't like it, you know, and it's the elders of SWAPO, the A-team of the country. Jerry Ekanjo, honorable, shall I say. Jerry Ekanjo stands up and says, this young boy is talking about resolution 435, although he knows what is contained, he was not even born. Then I said, Honorable Speaker, on a point of order, point of information, can I ask the honorable member a question? You know, Jerry Ekanjo thinking, this boy is a lightweight, what can he tell me? So I stood up. I said, Honorable Jerry Ekanjo, do you know that Jesus Christ was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in somewhere between Palestine and Israel? Before he answers while seated. Yes, of course, I know that history. And then I said, were you born? President Pohamba said, Kamachona. This boy is from a different cloth. President Pohamba was just fired by President Sem Nujoma, and he was made minister without portfolio. And we had a full day with him because what was a minister without portfolio? It's just the Minister Kapena Ironga. That's what we used to call him. So he stands up and he was defending a SWAPO position on a matter. And I said, Honorable Speaker Tjitendero, can I ask the honorable member, can I ask my father a question because I used to call him a father? Who's your father, Honorable Penaani? Please refer to the name of your father. I said, Honorable Difike Pohamba. He said, what do you want? So he screams from the other side. I said, I just wanted to ask my father without work, the new minister without work, a question. Yeah. The house went into laughter. Tjitendero, as the internationalist, Mukuruanji, find him at international conferences at the IPU. We made a first bid for him to attempting to become the president of the IPU. There was this former foreign minister of Mexico, a lady Honorable Rosario Green. And Tjitendero walks in an IPU conference, and Namibia is a new country. Half of them don't know who we are. But the man who we were representing, or who was representing this country, had a name. And he built a relationship that made it easy for us, for Namibia. I was part of the campaign team, one of the campaign managers of Theo Ben Gurion later on, to clinch the IPU presidency. Tjitendero was a people's person, a politician, an academic, and a leader of our people who had time with many of our people. He always wanted the best for our country. Ambedkar of India, a constitutionalist of India, always says, when you tell history, tell the truth, and tell it the way it was. The principal Tjitendero, you can't talk about Tjitendero without this last part of his life, when he took a firm decision in his own party, SWAPO, to support Hidipo Amtenya as a presidential candidate. In the opposition, one thing that we knew best in SWAPO is to understudy your opponent. I might not be as close as Bumba, who was with him, but I would know his language. We used to understand Nujoma so much that when he walks in a room, you knew what to say or not what to say. So I asked him this question. the democrat that he was, and I want to lament this point, I asked him, Speaker Mosé, why are you misreading the signs? I don't think that any candidate that does not have the backing of Sam Nujoma can sail through. From our viewpoint as the opposition, that's how we see SWAPO. How do you stand with Hamutenya, my young man? In a democracy, you must have principles. Die with them, fight with them, or succeed with them. That was the principled politician that he was. Memorializing him, President Bumba, Speaker Kashavi, and many others, one of the things that we don't do in this country is to write our history, to write the role and the work that was done in the building of our democracy. And I think it's best for young and future generations to start writing a book, a story of Tjitendero. We can't really memorialize him greatly without imparting knowledge to current and future generations of our people going forward. Tjitendero hails from ancestors that fought for our country. Before him, 100 years, there were ancestors that fought for this country. And our people would always say, you can't be great without having a genealogy of great people that you came from. Tjitendero oma wambe shomukende. Omukweyu wa ina akapu. Wadako ndundude tundo lombapa utuku ombapa mutenyo ndo utuku ndahole ndana ngombongwa. Wadako kondo ndietu yobarumendu njiri shiri wa mushite njiri chiorokitha wa muhawa. Njiri mbahaka kupua shirongo chambe mbaye ai. Omwasho modandu wadako rutanga rwakahibe thawa ka andumbi. Wadako bandu mba berobita. Enandi Penaani senjithire karere modondera chimaturianga. Wekurithiwa murumendu wakachitamwa wadairi. Wekurira po Foxlandam. Shima bedumbo bende ko bitoto kachitamwa hangwa Penaani wadairi. Enandi Penaani na Penaani narim. Waherowasha, who is there? Penaani. Penaani Unenguripo. He was a man who knew himself, culturally and otherwise, an intellectual, a gem of a man. We can only honor him best by writing his story to current and future generations. Speaker Tjitendero, may you continue resting unto the bosom of your Creator to the last day of resurrection. Go well, fellow Namibians. Thank you very much.
That was the Honorable Penaani paying his tribute on this anniversary commemorating the founding Speaker of our National Assembly. We shall now receive the message on behalf of the family, led by Angel Wanaro, the lookalike of Mosé, to deliver his message. Wanaro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director of Ceremony, Your Excellencies, the President and Vice President of our beloved Republic, good morning. Let me do justice by observing the protocol as duly established by the Director of Ceremony. Let me not dilute this by trying to do what I cannot do. With so many heavyweights assembled here, ready to play a very crucial game of paying tribute to a fellow heavyweight, who am I to play a game of that champions? To say little about Mosé, allow me to say the following. Mosé was born at a farm, Oshodonyati, adjacent to Midgard. On the date is reflected on the picture there. So Mosé was born as a son of a farm laborer, father called with name Andreas Tjitendero, who was named after his grandfather, the Tjitendero name, and mother Menesia Veweda Tjitendero. He was raised in a family of many members. And of course, as it was alluded to by my cousin, Honorable Penaani, the name Tjitendero was renamed after an uncle, a cousin to his father, by the name Wreath Penaani Tjitendero, who actually raised him together with our parents. And this Wreath Tjitendero was the grandfather to TJITENDERO. He's sitting somewhere at the back there, and he's an uncle to Professor Peter Kashavivi. So he gave that name to Mosé. And of course, having done that, he actually mentored him. And of course, he said, and I quote, "You should be a leader and not being led." He further went on and said, you should be, to be a good leader, you should be humble and honest at all times. And I think that is what Mosé was demonstrating his whole life. Now, having said that, on behalf of the family, I would like to thank all of you here for the meaningful contributions that you have made, materialistic and otherwise. But most important, everyone's presence here. To be present here was the most valuable thing. And on behalf of the family as well, I would like to give special thanks and appreciation to the President, to Your Excellencies, the President and the Vice President, as well as the Right Honorable Prime Minister, former President Nangolo Mbumba, for taking time from your very busy time to be present with us here. This is very much appreciated by our family as well. And of course, finally, I would like to say thank you very much for the organizing committee for the good work, the excellent work that you have put in making this day a historical day as it is today. I thank you very much.
Honorary is coming from his farm. He was a former worker at Ministry of Finance those days. And now he's a farmer now. Ripure, will you do the honor to do on behalf of the children now, please? Ripure, the floor is yours. The children. Yes.
Good morning. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the First Gentleman, General Ndaitwah, Her Excellency Madame Lucia Witbooi, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. I will stand by the protocols that have been already established. 20 years ago, wow, it feels as though it were only yesterday that we were gathered to bid farewell to a truly distinguished gentleman. Your Excellency, I believe then in your capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs, alongside our former President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, that in his capacity as Minister of Trade and Industry, were entrusted by His Excellency President Pohamba with the profound responsibility of serving as Masters of Ceremony at our father's funeral. How fitting and deeply meaningful it is that you have graciously joined us once again today to stand with us as we celebrate and remember this remarkable man. Your Excellency, you carried us through one of the most difficult moments of our lives. And that you continue this journey with the Tjitendero family and the Namibian nation, we thank you. Today we gather not only to remember, but to celebrate a life exceptionally lived, a life defined by purpose, intellect, and service. He was a distinguished gentleman, a historian, a philosopher, an educationalist, and a committed. He was a visionary, one who believed deeply in the unity of the Southern Africa and worked tirelessly toward the realization of a cohesive regional community. As Speaker, he helped shape and bring to life the vision of a regional parliamentary forum, serving as its founding chairperson with the enduring dream of its transformation into a fully fledged regional parliament one day. He was steadfast, a believer in democracy, and a proud champion of Namibia on the international stage. Among his many achievements, he was instrumental in bringing the 99th conference of the Interparliamentary Union to Windhoek in 1998, an event widely regarded as one of the most successful in the institution's history. And during that conference, Dr. Tjitendero was elected by acclamation as its president, and later serving with distinction on IPU's executive committee as vice president and rapporteur on reform. Today we honor not only his accomplishments, but his unwavering contribution to the liberation struggle and his service in the Constituent Assembly that led to the founding of our republic, a nation that for over 34 years has enjoyed peace and stability. While we have heard many powerful tributes today describing the exemplary leader he was, a true embodiment of democratic values to us. But to us, as children, he was simply Dad, Papa, Kamu, Uncle Mosé. It is important to note that in the same way that he has had the most positive influence on us as his children, we also take this moment to honor those who shaped him, his parents, his elders, his family, his community, whose love and guidance and strength helped nurture the man we celebrate today. And we would be remiss not to recognize the woman who stood beside him throughout his life, his beloved wife, Sandra Tjitendero. She was not only his partner in life, but in purpose. And together they shared the values and dreams and aspirations. In our home, we witnessed their partnership firsthand, drafting speeches together, consulting on the choice of words and intention, preparing for events and official trips, and reflecting on them once they returned home. Individually, they were remarkable. Together, they were extraordinary. He was an eternal optimist with an unshakable belief in the potential of humanity. His commitment to principle, his love of education, his thoughtful application of knowledge, and his dedication to uplifting others. These were not just ideals he spoke of, but values he lived by. We are so thankful to have been surrounded by these values through his conversations and through his deeds. And we would like to thank all for being here, all of you, thank you, for keeping his memory alive. We are deeply thankful for all of you for the support that you have given us today. We truly feel the respect, distinction that you have bestowed on our father today. This gathering, this unity, this shared respect, this is the Namibia our father loved and fought for. And today, there is no doubt that there is love here. In closing, there is a saying about those who have passed away, and I quote, "May their memory be a blessing." This means that when we recall our lives, it impacts ours in the most positive of ways. And may Mosé's memory be a blessing. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ripuri, on behalf of the kids, children. Many of them are not around in their countries. Some of them are married, and yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Ripuri, on behalf of the children. Yes, you mentioned about Meme Sandy Santra Wayaroka. When they came back, she was taken to Vitoto. She was named one of you people who named her Wayaroka Tjitendero. I remember holding the captain of the pilot of the flight to say, don't depart now, please, Madam Speaker, is not on the plane yet. I remember that. We shall now receive a tribute on behalf of friends and comrades, presented by Angel Peter Kashawi. Angel, will you do the favor on behalf of your friends, the former Speaker of our Parliament?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Heartwarming. Let me acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency, the President of our Republic, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, and of course the Right Honorable, the retired General Ndaitwah, the First Gentleman of Namibia. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of the Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the former president, the current speaker, Dr. Sarah Kukongerwa Amadira, the Speaker of the National Assembly. I also wish to stick to the protocol as acknowledged earlier in order to keep up with the time. Let me, on behalf of the organizing committee, let me once again welcome you all to this get-together as we remember and celebrate the life of one of the gallant sons of Namibia, Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero, who served as a founding speaker of the National Assembly of the independent Namibia. As we celebrate Mosé's life, let us also reflect on the life of Sandra Tjitendero, his beloved wife, who served as his lieutenant to enable his achievement with distinction. She was always there side by side, and she was a source of great strength to his work as a speaker. It gives me a pleasure to note that you are all here this morning to honor the invitation extended to you by the organizing committee to demonstrate the value you attached to Mosé's legacy for the service he provided to the nation. While we reflect on the life and service of the late Honorable Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero, I would like to reflect on his life by looking at the history in a particular way about his life in the location where he grew up, namely relating to a place of birth and upbringing within the Ovitoto communal area. I want to reflect on that briefly, and secondly, I want to conclude my remarks by relating to his contribution to the freedom and independence of Namibia as he served as a founding speaker of the National Assembly. Mosé grew up in Okahandja village, and I grew up in Okahandja village, closely linked villages within the Ovitoto communal area. In addition to that, we also talk about the connection we had with the village, Okahandja village, forming the three villages that have actually characterized our growing, our life and growth in the Ovitoto communal area. As youth, we were at the same generation, and as we often played together and undertake various activities within the particular area. We both started going to school around the same time, and we went on from there to continue our education at the high school at Agustinium Government College. I recall when we were inspired by, while visiting around the same year, visiting Oshongombe, which used to be serve as the administrative center of the Ovitoto communal area, where we came across the district commissioner, Mr. Heather, an Englishman who was serving as a commissioner and residing in Oshongombe. We both of us aspired to wanting to work as clerks eventually as in the commissioner's office, regarding that as a sort of the high mark of the development in terms of skills development at that particular time. We both of us look upon that as something to aspire to, as if destiny listened to our aspirations at that particular point. We had an engagement, an old friend of ours who visited us from the UK, who asked us directly as to whether both of us anticipated serving at the level, in the case of Mosé, as a speaker of the National Assembly, and in my particular case, that time as the founding speaker, the founding vice chancellor of the University of Namibia. obviously these are opportunities and development that we never thought of, but it was interesting to know that as youth emanating from Vitoto area, we never thought that we would be able to serve in those respective offices at that particular time. But it was, in terms of development, it was an important to note the fact that destiny had listened to our aspired, and as fate had it, we both of us continued to serve in a particular function at the time of our country's independence. We continue to relate closely to the work in a Vitoto communal area where we hail from. We were able to assist the local school, Kapewa Combined School, along with other projects that we were able to undertake at the time after our country's independence. As a testimony to how close we were to each other as brothers, on the same day, we were able to continue to relate closely to the activities within the communal area where we hail from. And as a testimony to the fact that we were so close, at the time of Mosé's passing, my granddaughter gave birth to a baby boy whom we proudly named Penaani after the late Honorable Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. In fact, this is something that underscores the close relationship. The name Penaani, as you heard earlier, was given by my uncle, Kashitam Hafres Daire, to Mosé when he was born way back. And that underscores the close relationship that we have enjoyed during the course of our youth and the development in that part of the country. The key questions were based, one of the important issues that I feel is very important. Mosé was a very thoughtful person, a highly committed and energized person who was particularly keen to contribute to the development of our country. And as a speaker, he had demonstrated his ability to serve and to inspire those who were very close to him, realize that he was particularly committed to inspire those who were connected to his office and to the parliament at the time he was able. Rather than pick up a piece here and there, Mosé was basically committed and demonstrate his ability to inspire the nation and the members of parliament. The key question that must be asked was how he related, how he saw himself as a speaker. One of the important initiatives he undertook was to promote a concept, the agenda for change, that was referred to earlier. The key question based on aspects like this were to have the first national parliament of independence was so that independent Namibia, so that he did was to what was our dispensation within the global family of parliaments. The IPU was one of the key institutions that he inspired and helped to demonstrate when he hosted the membership of the IPU. The Continent Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, and the Regional Parliament Forum, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, what lesson can the Parliament of Namibia promote to learn quick in order to adopt, to enable us to fit in as a model parliament in the shortest possible time. What were the common services that could be shared between the National Assembly and the National Council? What did we need to continue to modernize our parliament to adapt to changing dynamics of the global geopolitical landscape? From him to address all these elements, he decided that it was desirable to adopt Agenda for Change. Agenda for Change was an initiative inspired to make sure that we reform and transform the parliament in order to make sure that the parliament was built on a foundation that was responsive to the changes both at home and abroad. Besides other advantages of this approach, it was also to contribute to enhancing the legislature as a key arm of state among the other three organs of state as stipulated in the national constitution of our country, which are the autonomous yet complementary, that being the legislature and the executive and judiciary. Over the years, even post-Tjitendero era, this agenda for change has become an important instrument to guide the work of our parliament and to strengthen its role in responding to the challenges of our time at home and abroad. The Namibian parliament has adversely continued to be benchmarked upon by other parliaments, some that even came into being earlier than our own parliament. This can be credited upon Genesis as it was guided by the Honorable Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero as a founding speaker who was visionary and insightful. He and his team knew what was needed, and they set the energies and executed the mission without wavering. This is how we will remember the founding Speaker of the National Assembly, and his contribution to the development of our parliament are indeed immense and can be acknowledged as something that have paved the way for setting up an institution that has become responsive and able to carry and sustain the work of Parliament and meet the needs and aspirations of the people of Namibia. There is a great deal to be said in favor of the fact that he have laid the ground for a Parliament that all of us have continued to serve in, and pave the way and help us to connect with the masses, particularly through the initiative that he's undertaken during his time. Taking the Parliament to the country at large is one of the exemplary initiatives that we all have been able to continue to strengthen and to continue make sure that it is serve the needs of our people. Being here this morning, we are here to celebrate his life and to underscore the fact that his contribution live on in the work of Parliament, and not only in Namibia, but he have made a mark in terms of the various institutions that he connected the Parliament to, and particularly civil society organization, and various national parliaments that have connected to our Parliament, all that have actually demonstrated Mosé's thoughtfulness and commitment to strengthen the work of Parliament to an extent that it has become an instrument that is serve the needs of the people of Namibia for now and for years to come. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
indoranje posisa ohiva pendura mimbara Thank you so much, Honorable Tate Peter Kashavivi, on behalf of your friends. Yes, indeed. The gentleman from Ovitoto. The other senior people who say the boys from Ovitoto. They love Ovitoto. During his reign, once more, the founding speaker of Namibia was spearheading the establishment of the SADC Parliament Forum. I still remember vividly as we were crossing the SADC region to make sure that presidents are endorsing that parliament. We shall now receive a message from the representative of the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Sir, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the President of our country, the First Gentleman, the Director, allow me to ride on the protocol that has been firmly established. My name is Dr. Moses Magadza. I have come to read the statement prepared by our Secretary General, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekoma, who cannot be with us because she's traveling from another mission. My task is to deliver the speech that she prepared for this occasion. It is both an honor and a deeply personal privilege for me to make a few remarks today as we commemorate the life and enduring legacy of Honorable Speaker Dr. Mosé Tjitendero, a statesman whose quiet strength, disciplined leadership, and unwavering commitment to regional integration helped shape the very institution I have the privilege to serve today. Allow me to begin with a memory. Many years ago, in 2005, barely a week into my arrival as a young and rather eager newcomer at the SADC Parliamentary Forum as HIV policy advisor, I was assigned to go on a mission to NEPAD on mobilizing parliamentarians for NEPAD. I was told I would accompany a Namibian member of parliament. No name was provided, no briefing on stature or seniority, just a simple instruction: you will travel with a member. When I arrived at the airport, I looked around, wondering who this distinguished parliamentarian might be. Then I saw him. He was dressed smartly but casually in jeans, polished, yet very down to earth. Calm, composed, and entirely unpretentious. And as I approached, I sensed something unmistakable. Authority, not the loud, imposing kind, but the quiet, assured kind that demands respect without demanding it. He carries power lightly, I remember thinking. That was no ordinary member of parliament. That was Honorable Speaker Dr. Mosé Tjitendero. That chance encounter became the opening chapter of years of learning about parliamentarism from one of the very best. From him, I learned that leadership is not about position, but about purpose. Not about visibility, but about responsibility. Not about control, but about stewardship. Those early lessons, absorbed through observation, guidance, and example, helped shape my own journey in parliamentary service. And in many ways, they prepared me for the responsibility I carry today as the first female Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. For that, I remain profoundly grateful. Program Director, when we speak of Dr. Mosé Tjitendero, we speak of a pioneer not only of Namibian democracy, but of regional parliamentary cooperation. His leadership unfolded at a defining moment in the history of Southern Africa, the signing of the treaty establishing the Southern African Development Community in Windhoek on 17 August 1992. That historic moment marked the transformation of the Southern African Development Coordination Conference into a community of nations bound together by a shared commitment of regional integration, peace, and development. It was the moment when the region moved from cooperation both of liberation struggles to cooperation grounded in institutional law. Dr. Tjitendero understood immediately what that transformation required. He recognized that regional integration would not be sustained by governments alone. It would require institutions capable of representing the people of the region, institutions capable of oversight, accountability, democratic legitimacy. That insight shaped his lifelong advocacy for parliamentary diplomacy. As the founding speaker of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, he understood long before many others did that the destiny of our nations is intertwined. He believed that the prosperity, peace, and stability of Southern Africa would be secured by isolated national efforts, but by collective regional action. He believed in regional integration not as an abstract concept, but as a practical necessity. One of the most remarkable features of Dr. Tjitendero's leadership was his strategic vision for the role of parliaments in regional development, particularly in the planning and oversight of infrastructure. Drawing from the principles later articulated in the Windhoek initiative, he consistently argued that regional development required parliamentary involvement at every stage. The Windhoek initiative captured this vision clearly when it affirmed, quote, regional integration and infrastructure development require the active participation of parliamentary institutions to ensure accountability, transparency, and the effective implementation of regional commitments. Dr. Tjitendero embraced this principle wholeheartedly. He advanced strongly and advocated for the inclusion of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in regional infrastructure planning because he understood that infrastructure is not merely about roads and railways. It is about connecting people. It is about expanding opportunity. It is about strengthening unity. He saw infrastructure as a foundation of regional integration and parliamentary oversight as a safeguard of public trust. He saw the forum not merely as a meeting place, but a vehicle for transformation. Today, the stability, credibility, and relevance of the SADC Parliamentary Forum stand as living testimony to his foresight and dedication. Another defining characteristic of Dr. Tjitendero's leadership was his extraordinary ability to bring networks. He worked closely with leaders across political, diplomatic, and institutional spheres who shared his commitment to regional cooperation and democratic governance. Among them was the late His Excellency President Hage Geingob, then Prime Minister of Namibia, whose steadfast support for regional integration strengthened Namibia's leadership role in the region. He collaborated with distinguished regional diplomats like Dr. Kaire Mbwende, whose stewardship within SADC Secretariat helped translate vision into practical regional programs and institutional frameworks. He also engaged with parliamentary development partners, including the leadership of the Association of European Parliamentarians, AWECA, recognizing that democratic institutions grow strength from international cooperation, knowledge exchange, and institutional solidarity. These partnerships were deliberate. They reflect his belief that regional integration is a collective enterprise that depends on trust, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Distinguished guests, the intellectual depth of Dr. Tjitendero's wisdom is captured powerfully in a chapter entitled SADC, a driving force for regionalism. That chapter reminds us that regionalism is not an abstract political aspiration. It is a practical strategy for peace, development, and collective action. He saw parliaments as engines of regionalism, institutions that harmonize laws, strengthen accountability, and ensure the regional cooperation delivers tangible benefits to our citizens. For him, regionalism was not merely about geography. It was about shared destiny. It was about ensuring that the nations of Southern Africa move forward together, united by common values and guided by a collective vision of prosperity and stability. Honorable members, distinguished guests, commemorations are not just about remembrance. They are about responsibility. The greatest tribute we can pay to Dr. Mosé Tjitendero is not simply to celebrate his legacy, but to advance it. We must ask ourselves a difficult but necessary question. Are we doing enough to carry forward the vision he entrusted us with? The SADC Parliamentary Forum stands today at a defining moment in its history. We are striving to transform the forum into a fully fledged SADC Parliament, an institution capable of strengthening regional oversight, harmonizing laws, deepening democratic governance, and giving practical meaning to regional integration. That is not a historic obligation. And we owe it to leaders like Speaker Tjitendero to make this dream a reality. What then must we do more and differently? First, we must accelerate ratification of the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament. Transformation cannot remain a promise on paper. It must become a reality in practice. Second, we must strengthen parliamentary oversight and regional commitments. Protocols, resolutions, and declarations must not gather dust. They must translate into action and improve the lives of our citizens. Third, we must invest in the next generation of parliamentary leaders. Young parliamentarians and parliamentary staff must be mentored, trained, and empowered to carry out forward the values of integrity, accountability, and service that Speaker Tjitendero embodied. Fourth, we must deepen regional solidarity. In a world marked by uncertainty, division, and competing interests, the SADC region must stand united, guided by the shared principles and collective purpose. And finally, we must lead with humility, because the true strength of leadership is not in authority exercised, but in responsibility fulfilled. Speaker Tjitendero carried power lightly, but he carried responsibility seriously. He understood that institutions outlive individuals. He understood that democracy requires patience. He understood that regional integration demands courage. And above all, he understood that leadership is a trust empowered and bestowed on us. It is now our turn to keep his fire burning, Let us build stronger parliaments. Let us deepen democracy. Let us strengthen regional cooperation. Let us complete the journey he helped to begin. Let us do so with the same dignity, wisdom, and quiet determination that defined his life. Program Director, as we conclude this commemoration, allow me to express sincere appreciation to the organizers of this event for bringing it together and bringing us together to reflect on the life of an extraordinary leader and a remarkable institution builder. May his example guide us, may his vision strengthen us, and may his legacy ensure that the institutions we build remain united. I thank you, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekoma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and wishing you all the best, our colleagues at SADC Parliamentary Forum. I've been told, please, we have to welcome our young people in the diaspora. Live streaming, you're having your Wombako or Kereka live streaming, yeah? We shall now receive a tribute from His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, the former President of our Republic. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and my good friend, General Ndaitwah. Protocol sometimes becomes so difficult when you have so many people. I have to start with the fighting bishop, Bishop Kameta. Thank you very much for reminding us of 1989. My chief, Chief Kapuo, as everybody knows, I also come from Ovitoto. And I learned that from the Russians. If you want everybody to believe what you are talking about, you must say, as everybody knows. Prime Minister, Speaker, the former Speaker, dear friends, all of us at this moment, we are all Tjitendero'S. I met Mosé Tjitendero in February 1967 at the University of Rochester, New York State, and he was there a week before me. So he's senior to me. Later, he went to the University of Massachusetts. I went to the University of Connecticut. And as everybody knows, Massachusetts is a bigger and richer state. That's where the Kennedys come from. Connecticut, we only play basketball, nothing else. Then, quickly he finished his education. He came to Lusaka. They start with the late Hage Geingob. They start, and late Hidipo Montenya, Comrade Chiriange. They established the UN Institute for Namibia in Lusaka. I finished my education, came back to the struggle. I make my marks at the Namibian Health and Education Center in Kwanzaa-Sul. You can ask the Prime Minister, no, not the Prime Minister, now the Speaker, about what the school principal I was, a militant school principal. We came back home. Mosé wanted to be assigned to be, you know, you have director of elections, and under Director of Education, Hage Geingob, Director of Election, not Education, Director of, you see. Then he wanted to be assigned to Okahandja. And as my dear cousin have said, Swapo was Swapo then. He was sent to Ochuorongo, not where you want. And I remember the first campaign election, we were very concerned about what will the result be in Zambezi region, Caprivi region then. Hage went as director, Tjitendero went from Ochuorongo, Chirumbuche Hama from Tsumeb, Kapewa Kabajani was there. To our surprise, the meeting went very well. And you know when a politician has succeeded, he does not want to leave, he wants to stay. I was then working under Dr. Gaingob as his administrative advisor, whatever that meant. So I went to them and said, you know, I think we should, if we have to go back to Windhoek, 10 o'clock we must leave Katima. I nearly got fired. So he said, you can go to Ndirimani bus if you want to leave at 10 o'clock. We stayed until after 12. Just imagine coming from Katima on the gravel road before it was started. And we drove. I was in Gaingob's car. Of course, they directors of their own regions, they were in their cars. And we drove. Chirumbu made it to Tsumeb, Chirumbu Chehama. Mosé Tjitendero managed to get to Ochuorongo. The common Gaingop and I, we stopped in Ochuorongo or in Grootfontein. We could not continue to like that. Then, after independence, Tjitendero is the speaker. In those days, it was good. Founding deputy speaker, founding speaker, founding prime minister, founding father of the nation, founding secretary to cabinet. And it was easier to become a founding something. Then, as everybody knows, we say, you know, Dr. Nuyoma know how to appoint people. All of a sudden, I was a proud civil servant, negotiator. I was made a minister while Parliament was in recess. And by rule, you have to be a member of Parliament before you become a minister. We don't have ministers who are not members of Parliament. So, recess, I went, took an oath at the court. First, as a member of Parliament, then as minister. So I went to the ministry, started becoming a minister. So then Parliament started. My good friend, my schoolmate, my fellow educator is telling me, you cannot be a member of Parliament. I said, why not? I'm a member of Parliament. He said, he does not have members of Parliament sworn in at the courts. I must be sworn in again. So Judge Stratham then, he used to say, I am the most sworn in member of Parliament, sworn in twice. And that was how Tjitendero was. No compromise on the rules. Let now start my really thing, what I was supposed to say. About my brother, Mosé Tjitendero. For many people, when they contemplate the word legacy, they think of tangible remnants of life that someone lived, such a bequest property, and other material possession left to the next of kin. This is a narrow interpretation of legacy which only focuses on financial and physical inheritance. However, for the heroes and heroines buried on these hallowed grounds as their final resting place, they have left us more than any material wealth can buy. They have left us freedom. They have bequeathed independence to us and a sense of national identity. Thus, as we gathered here to memorialize Dr. Tjitendero, we pay tribute to his exemplary life and recognize a legacy that transcends the simple bequest of material assets. We recognize the legacy that is distinguished through courageous action, profound words. You know, when you get old, you see, even going through pages become a problem. A commendable values that we can not only admire, but that will endure for the benefits of current and future generations of Namibians and even people from farther afield. Dr. Tjitendero's legacy is as vivid today as it was when he was still amongst us. Through patriotic duty, he left his indelible prints on the foundations of our governance architecture, which continues to shape our communities today and in the days to come. Many iconic African leaders, from Haile Selassie, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, and our own very own founding father, Sam Nujoma, promoted the importance of education as the key to ensuring the true liberation of the people of Africa. Dr. Tjitendero is a product of this idea, and his compliments in life added credence to the wisdom of these leaders. Before Namibia attained its independence, the visionary Tjitendero, together with other astute and perceptive comrades, commenced with planning for the day Namibians would be free to govern themselves. In his own words, he said, and I quote, "And what is interesting about Namibia is that we conceptualized the process. We had planned for the independence," end of quote. In other words, what he means is, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Therefore, through the United Nations Institute for Namibia, he helped spearhead the conceptual planning and the effective development of human resources that will become the agents of change and guarantors of Namibia's post-independence success. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Dr. Tjitendero's enduring legacy is rooted in the values, wisdom, and knowledge that he has passed to the next generation. The values he instilled in the cohort of Namibian administrators who were trained at the Union continue to benefit our nation in the most profound ways. He was a man with a moral compass, an ability to inspire and influence. To this day, his wisdom and knowledge help us to navigate the complexity of modern society. The narrative of Dr. Tjitendero contributes to the tapestry of the Namibian experience and is a vital part of the collective legacy of the liberation struggle. It confirms that in a life and an eternal rest, he has made a unique contribution to the collective memory of the Namibian nation. Dr. Tjitendero's heroic life continues to inspire a nation. His aura continues to captivate both old and young, driving us to inspire to achieve more now that we have attained our own independence. For us to truly do justice in memorializing Dr. Tjitendero, we must follow the example he set so that we can fight for our collective interest, collective development, and collective prosperity to ensure a better life for all Namibian citizens. As we remember this stalwart who rests peacefully here, we attest to the fact that he completed his mission with distinction. He has paid his dues to Namibia and its people, and that he did, and what he did during his prize-worthy life will reverberate in the annals of the Namibian history. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We shall now receive a tribute from the legislator delivered by Honorable Sarah Kongela Mandila, the Speaker of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings, for the opportunity. Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the First Gentleman, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency the former President and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the esteemed members of the family of the founding Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Mosé Tjitendero. I saw the former Speaker, Professor Kachavivi, the former Deputy Speaker, Reverend Kameta, members of Parliament and former members of Parliament, all protocol observed. Today, we mark 20 years since the passing of the man who first occupied the presiding seat of our Parliament. It is thus right that we do so, not merely with remembrance, but with an honest accounting of what our legislature and our nation at large owes to his stewardship. Dr. Mosé Tjitendero's political life began long before independence, as we have heard from the preceding speakers. As a member of SWAPO from his youth, he committed himself to the liberation of Namibia at considerable personal cost. His contribution to the preparation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 435, which ultimately provided the framework for Namibia's independence, placed him at the center of the diplomatic and political work that made self-determination possible for Namibia. At the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, he played a direct role in training the administrators and public servants who would govern an independent Namibia, understanding that freedom without institutional capacity for governance would be incomplete. By 1981, He had risen to the SWAPO Central Committee, a position he would hold for more than 2 decades, reflecting the confidence that his party and his peers placed in his judgment. His most consequential political contribution came as a member of the Constituent Assembly of 1989 to 1990. The task before that assembly was without precedent in Namibian history, to negotiate and adopt, amongst former adversaries, a constitution that would serve as the foundation of a new democratic republic. Dr. Tjitendero was amongst those who navigated that process to a successful conclusion. The Constitution of Namibia that emerged from that Constituent Assembly, with its guarantees of fundamental rights, national reconciliation, separation of powers, an independent judiciary, and inclusive governance, has endured without fundamental challenge for 36 years of our independence. That record of constitutional stability is in no small measure the legacy of the men and women who had the foresight and the discipline to get it right from the beginning. On March 21st, 1990, Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero was elected the first Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia. He would serve in that role for 14 years across 3 consecutive terms, a tenure unmatched in the history of this institution. The task he inherited was as demanding as any in the new republic, to establish from the ground up the norms, procedures, and culture of a functioning democratic legislature in a country that had never had one. He met that task with deliberate and principled authority. His central achievement as Speaker was to establish the impartiality of the chair as a democratic norm that transcended party affiliation. In a National Assembly where political diversity was real and sometimes sharp, Dr. Tjitendero presided without fear or favor, establishing the National Assembly's early credibility as an institution that not only belonged to all Namibians, but as one that takes seriously its autonomy as an organ of the state and its oversight function over the executive. His actions in this regard were not incidental. They were a deliberate exercise of democratic leadership. I remember when I came to the National Assembly as a young person and I was a newly appointed Minister of Finance, there was this report from a standing committee of Parliament that is chaired by an opposition MP. And I strongly disagreed with something that was in the report. And the tradition, yes, the tradition was that that report is either adopted or it is rejected, but you cannot try to argue with the contents of the report and have it changed. And I was very strong in something that was in there. So now I was insisting on taking the chair, and he was firm to not allow me to continue with the argument. He said, Minister, you either support the report or you object. So after 2 attempts to try and change the contents of the report, you know, because I felt that I was disrespecting him if I objected to the report, you know. So eventually I decided, so I object. So I had to object, and that was the first time that report was objected to. I don't think there was a second time. During his tenure, the legislative record of the National Assembly was substantial. The Married Persons Equality Act 1 of 1996 gave legal force to the constitutional principle of equality between men and women, marking a significant advance in the realization of rights enshrined in our Constitution. And that debate was also one of the most robust. I remember listening to the debate. I was in a taxi coming from Katutura. And the SWAPO members even brought their Bibles to Parliament to try and argue how men and women cannot be equal in a marriage, because even the Bible preached that the man is the head of the household. His tenure also saw the repeal of various native laws, which were racially discriminatory and thus at variance with our Constitution. The establishment of the National Council in 1993 expanded the architecture of Namibia's democratic governance system, creating a second chamber that brought regional representation into the national legislature and deepened community participation in our governance. These were not routine legislative milestones. They reflected a deliberate effort under his watch to build institutions that were inclusive, accountable, and responsive to the full breadth of the Namibian society. He also invested in the people who would carry this institution forward. He understood that a democracy is only as strong as the quality of those who serve it, and he gave generously of his knowledge and experience to those who came after him. 20 years after his passing, the institutions that Dr. Tjitendero helped to shape continue to function. The Constitution holds. The National Assembly remains a multi-party chamber in which the rule of law is respected and the rights of members are protected. The National Council continues to provide the regions with a voice in national affairs. These outcomes were not inevitable. They were the product of choices made under pressure and in uncertain times by leaders who chose principles over convenience. Dr. Tjitendero was one amongst them. As we reflect on his contribution, we are reminded that the foundation he laid is not a resting place, but a point of departure. The laws are in place. The institutions are tested. What remains for those of us who followed in his footsteps is to legislate with purpose, to govern with integrity, to preserve the constitutional order, and to continue to use the instruments of democracy in genuine service of the Namibian people. To his family, we extend the gratitude of a nation for availing him to us. His name is inscribed amongst the national heroes of Namibia, and rightly so. We honor him today, not only in ceremony, but in ongoing work of the democracy he helped to found. May his revolutionary spirit continue to rest peacefully. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Really a very good recalling of our history. Thank you so much. Also, the other thing was that Tate Mosé was the first speaker in SADC to make sure that our speakers don't wear that white hair, those wings. Because they say the group from Tanganyika, when they came back, they changed things. He said, we have our own hair. Why Westminster we must wear this white hair? And South Africa, they came here, they learned from us. In SADC, they don't wear those hairs, many of the country. We shall now receive an item from our... Sorry, come in here, Mundambwi. Say, President, sorry, they wanted to deliver to what items before. Yes. Suero. It's okay. ehara ranjeriringwe na kumbanda kumeyuru popedu na Yesu popedu na Yesu ehara ranjeriringwe na kumbanda kumeyuru popedu na Yesu popedu na Yesu ehara ranjeriringwe na kumbanda umeyuru popedu na Yesu popedu na Yesu ranjeriringwe na kumbanda. Thank you so much. The Solo de Gloria, the youth choir of the Lutheran Evangelist Church in Namibia. I'm also a member of that church just because I'm a director of ceremony. I'm supposed to sing with them. Your Excellency, dear congregation, it is now about time to receive the message from Her Excellency, the President of our Republic, addressing her nation right here from the Heroes Eka at the anniversary commemoration of the founding Speaker of our Parliament. Your Excellency.
Please take your seats. As I respect the authority, I stand on the protocol established. I met Comrade Mosé Tjitendero in September 1974 in Philadelphia when he was winding up his studies. When he returned back to the continent, specifically in Lusaka, I was then the SWAPO chief representative. And that was the time when we were opening the UN Institute for Namibia. Since then, as comrades, we worked together. And in most cases, in our political journey, we converge on our ideas on how we can make our contribution. Here we are in this occasion where memory meets history, and we are invited not only to remember, but to feel deep the weight and wealth of those who shaped the Namibia we are proud of today. We thank the family and the organizing committee for having organized this event. We are here at the Heroes Eka, a reverend monument in remembrance of one of Namibia's distinguished gallant son, Comrade Dr. Mosé Tjitendero, as we mark the 20th anniversary of his passing on the 26th April 2006. I remember that day, 26 April 2006, I was in my office. And I believe I was among the first people to be informed that Comrade Mosé is no more. I rushed to the Roman Catholic Hospital, as the Director of Ceremony has mentioned. And that was one of my most difficult times, when I found Comrade Tjitendero silently lying on his hospital bed at the Roman Catholic. I touched his forehead on disbelief, but it was true. He would never woke up again. That happened after 2 years when he left the parliament. With the concurrence of the family, the president then assigned Comrade Hage and myself to be responsible or to be directors of ceremony, as we are to send off Comrade Tjitendero. For me, that responsibility, difficult as it was, knowing my political close relationship with Comrade Tjitendero, it helped me to understand more of his life, as many people who spoke were narrating Comrade Tjitendero both at the memorial service as well as at the funeral here, right here where we are standing. Fellow Namibians, we celebrate the life and legacy of a towering figure whose contribution has left a permanent mark on our nation's history. Indeed, we are here not only to mark the passing of time, but to honor a life that continues to echo through institutions, values, and democratic spread of our republic. Things happen the way they happen. Today, as we are marking the 20th anniversary of the departure of Comrade Mosé Tjitendero, we are also today going to officially launch the SWAPO National Headquarters new building. And I'm linking this because I remember when our founding president invited us at the party headquarters and introduced the map or the drawings of our headquarters, Comrade Tjitendero was also there. And all of us who were there, we committed ourselves to see to it that our headquarters is built. Comrade Tjitendero served SWAPO Party with passion, commitment, and dedication for the longest time of his life. Comrade Tjitendero commitment to Namibia's freedom led to his appointment to the SWAPO Central Committee in 1981. Comrade Tjitendero is one of those who have pioneered the opening and the operationalization of the United Nations Institute for Namibia. Besides him being the lecturer and taught our children there, Comrade Tjitendero and his wife, Sandra, whom we must also remember today, they became parents to many young Namibians in addition to their own children. I don't know if Indita is here. Those are the Tjitendero's families and many others. We thank the Tjitendero family for having opened their house to many of us and for allowing us to share into the love of their parents. After independence, as a dedicated and tested, tried and trusted cadre of the SWAPO party, Comrade Tjitendero was elected the first Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia, the position he served from 1990 to 2004. He played a pivotal role in shaping the early years of our parliamentary democracy, initiating important reforms and strengthening our democratic institution. As Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Tjitendero was guided by a vision to enhance Namibia's regional role and to modernize the parliament to meet international standards, notably through Agenda for Change, which has been already quoted here. And of course, in the first years of our parliament, deputy ministers were allowed to serve in committees and to undertake parliamentary responsibilities. Comrade Tjitendero entrusted me with a responsibility to go for benchmarking in preparation of reforming our parliament. I took our team to the Caribbean, some European countries, to the Asian countries. And the final product of our benchmarking is a well-known framework known Agenda for Change. I recall when I introduced that document in Parliament, it was a heated debate. Some of my comrades, they even called me names, trying maybe to sell out the revolution, because some of the changes were really meant to strengthen our institutions, our parliamentarian institutions, National Assembly, as well as the National Council. But thanks to the leadership of Comrade Tjitendero, the document went through, and today is a reference document in our parliamentarian democracy. He was instrumental in the establishment of the SADC Parliamentarian Forum as it was already mentioned here, ensuring its headquarters were located in Windhoek, and collaborating closely with the founding president, Comrade Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, and other regional leaders. Today we are proud to host the headquarters of the SADC Parliamentarian Forum. He was in every sense a giant of a man, yet not one who demands respect, but one who earns it quietly in a parliament that was as diverse and newly born that time, and newly born. Our parliament was just newly born. One can only marvel at the discipline, steadiness, and depth of character required to preside over such a chamber composed of leaders emerging from a deeply divided and politically charged past. You see, we were really all coming from that political charged past because we see each other. Some were fighters, some were puppets. Those are the words that were used. And you can see how Comrade Tjitendero was really trying to make sure that this is now the time for us to see each other as Namibians, build our parliament, strengthen it in order to serve our people better. And what he was always guiding is to ensure that the dignity of the House is respected, calmly discussions, and he showed unwavering fairness. His legacy is deeply woven into the nation's fabric, not only as a visionary leader and a steadfast servant of the Namibian people, but also as a key member of the SWAPO Party Constituent Assembly that drafted and adopted the Namibian Constitution leading to our independence on the 21st of March, 1990. Through his dedication, he contributed immensely to the birth and the consolidation of our parliamentarian democracy. In that defined moment of nationhood, he stood among those who did not only merely witness history, but shape the future of our democracy. In presiding over the First National Assembly, Comrade Dr. Tjitendero laid the foundation for Namibia's democratic governance. He championed transparency, inclusivity, accountability, and the rule of law, helping to shape a parliamentarian culture that continues to guide our nation. He gave form and character to an institution that was still finding its voice, ensuring that it would speak not in division, but in a language of democracy, order, and respect. Dr. Tjitendero was widely regarded as an eminent intellectual. He possessed a deep understanding that quest for freedom demands not only militant actions, but also intellectual legal. Through his scholarly and political endeavors, Comrade Dr. Tjitendero made enduring contribution to the attainment of Namibia's independence and the nation's subsequent development. His humanity, wisdom, and calmness earned him respect across political spectrum. He firmly believed in dialogue, mutual respect, and the role of institutions in serving people. Values that remain central to our democratic process. In an era that could easily have been defined by discord, he chose dialogue. In moments that demand strength, he showed restraint, and in leadership, he embodied grace. And we could see all this when we look at our rules of procedure before a number of amendments which are put in. I hope those amendments are meant to strengthen but not to destroy what Comrade Tjitendero has established. Dr. Tjitendero was not only a leader, but also a patriot, educator, freedom fighter, and a nation builder. His dedication to Namibia's advancement and his inspiration to others have left a lasting legacy. Reflecting on his life reminds us that nation building demands dedication, integrity, and selfless services. And I call upon all Namibians, especially the youth, to draw inspiration from Dr. Tjitendero examples and remain committed to strengthen our democracy and advancing our country's social economic development. Let us emulate his discipline, intellectual discussions, and his love, deep love of his country. It is through our action, building a united, prosperous, and inclusive Namibia, that we can truly honor his memory. Let us draw strength from Dr. Tjitendero's enduring legacy. Let us recommit ourselves to the values he championed, which are unity, service, and the pursuit of justice. In remembering him, we are remembering of what is possible when leaders is anchored in the principle and when service to the nation raised above self. As we commemorate this solemn occasion, let us remember that our nation's freedom and progress has been secured through great sacrifice. It is our responsibility to preserve this legacy and inspire future generations with the example set by Dr. Comrade Tjitendero and all our national heroes who are lying here at our Heroes' Acre. On behalf of the SWAPO Party, the government, and the people of the Republic of Namibia, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Tjitendero family for having allowed us to share on the time of Comrade Tjitendero. We are forever grateful for the life and the service of your beloved son, father, grandfather, and relatives whose contribution will never forgotten. And that's why he has to be laid at this place. Your loss is shared by a nation, but so too is your pride. For he belongs not only to you, but to the history of our country. May the soul of Comrade Dr. Mosé Penaani Tjitendero and the soul of all our departed heroes and heroines continue to rest in eternal life, and let their legacy continue to guide us. Long live their legacy, long live the Republic of Namibia, and let us emulate what they have left for us. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much. That was the message from Her Excellency, the President, and our mother indeed. Because even during your heavy schedule, you make time to come and comfort those who are grieved. So we are really in good hands. I was informed by the Chief of Protocol that we still have only a few minutes left, 30 minutes, to do what she'll be doing and finalize it here. Ripuri, I was told, on behalf of Angel Tate Bwende, who's not here with us, you asked the energetic young boy, Chidembwa, to the nephew, to do the vote of thanks on behalf of the family. Chidembwa, are you ready? Young people? Yes, enjoy. Vote of thanks on behalf of the family, the young people also, yes. Comrade Prime Minister, you can see our youth, they're always there.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Daitwa, the First Gentleman of the Republic of Namibia, Lieutenant General Denga Daitwa, in the essence of time, allow me to stand on the esteemed, established protocol. On this solemn occasion, as we commemorate the 20th anniversary of the passing of our beloved father, uncle, and a leader, Dr. Mosé Tjitendero, I rise with humility and deep gratitude to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. The gathering, graced by the presence of our head of state and our former president as well, and so many distinguished leaders, is a powerful testament to the enduring respect and love that Dr. Mosé Tjitendero inspired. Your presence honors not only his memory, but also the values he lived by: service, wisdom, and unwavering dedication to his people. Today, we have shared beautiful memories, reflections, and tributes that remind us of his gentle voice and his vision for a united Namibia. His legacy is not confined to the past. It continues to shape our present and to guide us in our future as well. On behalf of the entire Tjitendero family at large, I thank you all for your words, your prayers, and your solidarity. May we carry forward the values he championed: integrity, humility, and compassion. And may his spirit remains a light that never fades. From the depth of our hearts, we thank you for standing with us in the commemoration. May the memory of Dr. Mosé Tjitendero continue to inspire generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Chidembwa. The young shall grow, for such a very short vote of thanks. I thought you are one of the young ministers President recently appointed. Sometimes I thought. Thank you so much. We shall now receive the benedictions. Your Excellency, the benediction is in twofold. As you have said, that we also commemorate or remembered Meme Sandra Sendi Tjitendero. As you have said to us that we must also remember Meme Sendi Sandra Tjitendero. We buried her in Germany. You remember that she came with the Baha'i senders with her people, and they're here with us. We thought, Bishop, they will do their small Baha'i way of doing things, and then Tate Bishop will do the final benediction. Shall Meme Sophie Tekare, please, the head representing the Baha'i community, do what you always do best, Madam?
Your Excellency, Nandine Ndaitwah, our President of the Republic of Namibia and our First Gentleman, and for the, because protocol be observed. We as the Baha'i community of Namibia are honored to be here today to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the passing of Dr. Mosé Tjitendero, and to join the people of Namibia in loving remembering a distinguished son of this land whose life was marked by service, sacrifice, and nobility of spirit. Today, we also remember the beloved wife of Dr. Mrs. Sandra Tjitendero. May God bless their souls. She was a distinguished woman and a follower of the Baha'i faith who lived a life of purpose in service to humanity. I'm sure that today they are living in happiness, for they lived lives of service to humanity with honesty and upright character, which is the true purpose of all our lives. With this, we will say prayers for the progress of the souls, and I'm sure all of us today here, we felt their spirit, and we will say a prayer now. O my God, verily thy servant, humble before the majesty of thy divine supremacy, lowly at the door of thy oneness, hath believed in thee, and in thy verses, hath testified to thy word, hath been enkindled with the fire of thy love, hath been immersed in the depths of the ocean of thy knowledge, hath been attracted by thy breezes that hailed upon thee, hath turned his face to thee, has offered his supplications to thee, and hath been assured of thy pardon and forgiveness. He hath abandoned this mortal life and hath flown to the kingdom of immortality, yearning for the favor of meeting thee. O Lord, glorify his station. Shelter him under the pavilion of thy supreme mercy. Cause him to enter thy glorious paradise and perpetuate his existence in thine exalted rose garden, that he may plunge into the sea of light in the world of mysteries. Verily, thou art the generous, the powerful, the forgiver, and the bestower. O God, O thou forgiver of sins, bestower of gifts, dispeller of afflictions, verily I beseech thee to forgive the sins of such have abandoned the physical garment and have ascended to the spiritual world. O my Lord, purify them from trespasses, dispel their sorrows, and change their darkness into light. Cause them to enter the garden of happiness. Cleanse them with the most pure water, and grant them to behold thy splendors on the loftiest mount. Abdul Baha. Amen.
Bishop, Bishop will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience. When I saw on the program that the closing prayer I should do, I was asking myself, now this historical occasion, what shall I pray? What shall I ask the Lord? And he was so good that the Lord showed me the prayer I was asked to pray before the adoption of the Constitution. And that's a prayer I will be praying. It spoke to that situation at that time, but it speaks also to our situation today. Let us pray. Lord, on the first day of the Constituent Assembly, we asked you to give us wisdom, to guide us, and keep us together during the difficult process of constitution writing, which was not really an easy task. We knew that many people in the country and all over the whole world knelt before you and joined us in this prayer. All eyes were on the Constituent Assembly. Today, at the close of another historic chapter on the way to independence and liberation, we look back, O Lord, with joy, and we thank you that you stayed with us during that discussion and kept us together. O Lord, who answers our prayers, your name be praised by us, and the coming generations in this country should never forget that you carried us for that moment also. Inspire us, O Lord, with your Holy Spirit as we are preparing to accept the Namibian Constitution. Be with each one of us in this August assembly, and make us, O Lord, responsible in our decision making, and give us ever new into what is right and true for all the people in our country. Break down the walls that separate us, O Lord, and reconcile us to be a single people. Help us to confess the sins of racism, to confess the sins of hatred, prejudice, and injustice. And give us, O Lord, the awareness that we can only be truly human beings if we also, at the same time, at the same moment, recognize others as human beings. The Namibian nation will be now preparing for the celebration of independence. Therefore, help us, O Lord, to remember the men and women, and among them, of course now, he was alive at that time, but now, today, also Mosé Tjitendero, who sacrificed their lives for this sacred cause. All those who yearn for the day of liberation the 21st of March, 1990. But who couldn't make it, but who died before this special day. Let the Namibian air and atmosphere be filled with their joy, even if they are not with us, and shouts of victory. Enable us, O Lord, to make this constitution a reality in which all the people of this country will experience humaneness, justice, freedom, and peace. And when that happens, O Lord, the Namibian mountains will skip like goats with joy. When that happens, the hills will jump about like lambs. And the desert will sing a song of praise and glorify your liberating holy name. When we do what the Constitution is saying, not only in words, O Lord, but with our whole life, inside and out, your name will be praised, the name above all names. This is the end of that prayer on the 9th of February 1990. And on the 21st of March 1990, the colonial flag of South Africa came down and the Namibian flag went up. Receive now the blessings. The Lord will bless you and keep you. The Lord will look upon you with His grace and carry you and protect you. The Lord will lift up His face upon you. Not only you who are here together, but all over Namibia, and break down what is wrong, cancel the divisions, and give us His peace and unity. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
We just received a blessing from the Emeritus Bishop Kameta, and he brought us back good memories, old memories, that through his prayers, he used to mobilize us during the liberation struggle. And the Boers will still think that he's still praying. Thank you, Bishop, so much. The Bishop, the Ambassador, Chief of Protocol have told me the following announcement, and Tateshi Panga is ready this side. After we finish our vote of thanks, we're almost there. Ambassador told me that we are doing fine with time, actually. After this, Her Excellency will lay a wreath here in front of our internal fire. That's what we do in Namibia when you come to the Heroes Acre. And after that, we shall proceed to the graveside to pay the last respect to Tate Mosé Tjitendero, where Her Excellency, the President and the family, and the Speaker also going to lay the wreath. Don't say that's Kamatuka arrangement, that is not protocol. We're speaking there. Therefore, Your Excellency, the President of our Republic, Your Excellency, our First Gentleman, Excellency, the Vice President, the nation shall now rise and do our national anthems in the order we normally do. Please remain standing. Excellency shall lay the wreath at the internal light. We must remain standing. The President is laying the wreath. It's very important. Thank you so much. We shall now join Her Excellency on top of the hill there to the graveside, so as we can finalize our last part. Nambano matu ikombanda mbena tuka kurame pendo romunene wetu, President amatu meke tuvadambo, tukafapo tudenga, oshikutu, chikafapo rudenga roshikutu.
This Sunday on NBC, from the village of Okahandja to the National Assembly in an independent Namibia, a nation's voice tells the remarkable story of Mosé Tjitendero, a man whose journey through exile, education, and leadership helped shape the democracy we know today.
Well, my first memory really goes to our childhood. One of those big boys we look up to.
I would say he was a teacher in his blood because he was teaching us all kinds of things. The responsibility to lead the house fall on him.
He was a people's person.
His guidance to us was always at the level of principle.
And when the children are with me, I am the parent.
The members of parliament of that time respected Tjitendero very much.
Witness the struggles, the sacrifices, and the vision of a leader who gave his voice to a nation finding its own. Don't miss this powerful documentary, only on NBC. Given his intellect and dedication to the liberation struggle, it came as no surprise that Tjitendero would take on a key leadership role in the new government. He was unanimously elected as Namibia's first Speaker of the National Assembly, a position he held for 3 consecutive terms until his retirement in 2004.
Well, first let me talk about how he became a Speaker. He and I were talking about now future government. And I wanted him to be the Deputy Prime Minister. We're talking about that. And we were actually making jokes about a Speaker's position. We were saying, Speaker's position is for old people who are tired and so on. Just to sit there and say, order, order, and to give people floor. What is a Speaker? It must be for an old person. And then I went to the President. And I told President, President, I think Tjitendero should be a Deputy Prime Minister. No. I want him to become a Speaker. Go and talk to him. So I went back, said, Comrade Tjitendero, apparently we're making a mistake. That post is very important. It's apparently number 3 in the nation. So you must take it. The President wants you to take it.
And obviously, you will not be surprised that the choice, the responsibility to lead the House fall on him, because we were all convinced he's the right person, wonderful character, always warm, always welcoming, with a smile, and highly dedicated Pan-Africanist with a global vision, who will take the Parliament, the National Assembly, to the highest heights you can imagine. So our choice was spot on.
And that Parliament was set up by him from scratch. We're a new country, antagonistic forces, and he put us together. And he made that Parliament to be one of the best in the world, well known in Africa and the world. He was highly respected.
Those gentlemen, I think they were as I mentioned before, the cream of our party, the government officials. They were well trained, make no mistake. And one of the things, as he was running that Parliament, because you remember now, first Speaker in an independent country, trying to make sure that we have strong institutions and a strong Parliament, as you can see, we were running around. And he was trying to bring the best to Namibia.
Mr. Tjitendero proved himself at that time, because Parliament really needed a very powerful man, a very powerful speaker, powerful in terms of looking at issues without bias, judging matters without bias, being very, very sensitive to critical issues that required
being handled with the most sensitive care so that the parliament of the time had to succeed at all costs. So Mr. Tjitendero came in at that time as the first parliamentary speaker.
When he became speaker, I think for the family, there was an additional sense of responsibility in how we conducted ourselves in public. I feel like he groomed us at a young age to be able to be in rooms with influential people and to be able to conduct ourselves with grace and dignity.
A person like Mosé, who is like a unifier, it was very good that they appointed him as the first Speaker of the National Assembly, because lawmaking is a process, you know, and it requires that the laws must be carrying aspirations of the people, the wishes of the people, from all regions, from all communities.
He was very instrumental as the speaker in outreach programs. He always said we need to take parliament to the people. It was very important to him for the people to know, see, and engage in parliamentary affairs and in parliament and in both houses of parliament. So for him, it was very important to have a parliamentary radio, which back then was led by the late Ms. Sarit Kwagos's ACES. And we worked a lot with Sari. We did a lot of community projects and information on parliamentary radio. It was also very important for the Speaker for Parliament to go to all the regions in Namibia at least once a year so that people could see him, the people could get to engage him, talk to him, the people could ask questions. He would always take other MPs, other parliamentarians with the leaders of the standing committees, and they would engage the community.
He was able to serve the nation because he felt as part of the nation from every corner of this land. And people related to him. When he took parliament to the people, he could go into the communities and they related to him. They were like, this man is actually here for us.
Sario speaker. Ungwetu patulu miero. Uguhakaina no ministry peke peke. Ami ngubaliki here, Chief David Disiro. Chief David Disiro, amingwe mukongorere, uchorata kihiye. Omberode, mira vi patulu amena na Mosé Tjitendero. Mosé Tjitendero tushitilo odo appointment. Okuja chitu inatwa muno udheu munane wa Mosé Tjitendero. Nombero ye waro speaker uli. Kosi aine kuti patululo odombero mo ministry peke peke.
He also played a very important role in modernizing the National Assembly, the Parliament of Namibia, to benchmarking with international.
Where's can I bring this one? Oh, but it's working. Where are these girls to assist us? Where are they? I don't know which one is working now.
Hello, can you hear us? Yeah, I can hear us. Where's your NBC? Oh, Kuti. The choir, we cannot hear the choir. Who's singing now here? The choir is far. Oh, choir, I go. Namumbura. I don't know how to go speaker. Because I bamboo. When you talk about Okra, we are in a mumbur. Mungambo Kende.
Once we do.
Bishop is not long, just the place. President will start work. Yeah. And not the family first. You get Tatewana. Tatewana. Wana Ropi. Oshikutu. Yeah, and Gongo, Yakramambo, yeah. And then the speaker. So Liumbure, Munipi Makaka, Kokure, Kotokepo, Ndomba, and ya Minister Ingemba. Osoli. Injombe mbura yenguturi ro yatumbuka kakuturi Okahandja Kenji Bahere in the over. Thank you so much, yes. We shall now ask our Emeritus Bishop to do the benediction.
Mosé Penaani Tjitendero, you were born in this country, but with a specific task of being one of those people who will be laying the foundation, the first bricks of the house of Namibia. And you did it well. And you return to the dust from where you were taken, and did not leave this country empty-handed, but left us with a great legacy, not only for us today, but for the coming generations. And now, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May He lift up His face upon you and be merciful on you. And may He look friendly upon you where you are and give you His eternal peace now and forever. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, thank you so much. The laying of the wreath, the family led by Tate Tjitendero. Excellency the President. the Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you so much. On behalf of the chairperson of the Organizing Technical Committee, Honorable Tate Peter Kashawi, we would like to thank each and everyone for joining the family this morning to commemorate our founding speaker, Mosé Penaani Tjitendero. God bless Namibia. And now you are invited to go so that we can go and wash our hands down in our beautiful restaurant at the Heroes Acre. Thank you so much and goodbye. And thanks for coming. Yeah,